Hello and good night. Can everybody hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Great. How's everybody?
All is well.
Okay, AJ,
We're
Georgina,
trying to make it.
Nikita. Okay, great. All right. Well, that's first things first. And then we get into the blah, blah, blah. Believe it or not, we're already in week number 4. 6 weeks passes quickly. Just a reminder, the midterm examination is next week, Tuesday. So I hope you guys are preparing. The earlier you prepare, the less stress you will have. There'll be no major issues out of the blue. It'll all be based on what we've read, discussed, that kind of stuff. There'll be no surprises.
Hi, Mr. Wilkinson.
Hi.
Can you advise of the structure of the exam next week? Is it multiple questions, multiple choice, short answer questions, etc.?
Okay, certainly. I'll be happy to do that. First of all, let me just run my register to see who's here, and then I'll do that. Okay, Gianni.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Gianni.
Hello there.
How are you?
Everything fine?
Excellent, excellent. Sean. Sean? Okay, Lachey. The two sisters are out having Starbucks. Okay, Eureka.
It's Erica, and I am here.
Thank you. Sorry, I did that one on purpose.
I figured so.
The old Greek days when they found something, they say, Eureka, they found it.
Yeah.
On something. All right, welcome aboard, Erica.
Thank you.
Okay, Tanika. Tanika? Georgina.
Yes. Hi.
Hi, Georgina. You know, Georgina, you have a very unusual surname.
Yes.
Indeed. Very unique. It's almost like Money Penny. Remember that name?
Yes, I do.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, Chantel. Chantel. Guess they're on the way. Nikita.
Hi, good night, right here.
You are Nikita. What part of the world are you in?
I am still trying to drive to head home, actually.
I thought so. It sounds like you're in a small plane flying over somewhere.
I'm in a small car. That's the little mic you're hearing, so I can be on the Zoom class.
Indeed, indeed. So you're in a small car flying somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Hey, don't go too fast. All right.
No, sir.
We'll see you when you land, wherever you're landing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Tamika? Enrique.
I'm here.
Oh, Tamika, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent, excellent. All right, Enrique.
I'm here.
¿Cómo está, Enrique?
Muy bien, ¿y tú?
Muy bien. ¿Eres español o bahamian?
Sí.
Sí, to both? Okay, Enrique, way to go. Okay, he said both, see. Renee.
Here.
Renee, I think Michelle may have spelled something wrong in your name in the email. That's what I believe.
Okay,
Need to find out so he can correct that for you.
okay.
Okay, great. Who's next? Joanna. Joanna. Sanford. From Sanford and Sons? No? Okay. Alfred?
Here.
Alfred? Oh, there you go, Alfred. There you go. Okay. Thought you may have been in the back cave. And Shandia.
I'm here.
Okay, excellent, Shandia. All right. I suppose the few that are not with us yet will join us hopefully sooner rather than later. Tonight is our last night to finish up what we'll be expected to know for next week's midterm examination. Somebody raised a question about the format of the exam. The exam will be basically definitions. Like I'll be asking you things like what is credit? In terms of the 5 C's of credit, what do we mean by character? Things like that, just basic definitions, just to see if you learned what those things meant. And then the rest of the examination will be primarily short answer questions, where I'm going to ask you to define certain things, describe, show, outline, nothing, no essay questions, just short paragraphs about specific things that you should know. Okay. I might throw in a couple of true and false questions and maybe 1 or 2 multiple choice questions, but there will not be a lot of those. The majority will be definitions and short answers. Okay. Just to make sure you get the concepts down pat. That's the key. All right. The examination will be for the full class time, which I think is what? Is it 2.5 or 3 hours?
3 hours.
3 hours. Now, most of you will not need anywhere near 3 hours, but you will have the full time in case you need it for some strange reason. All right. The examination itself should not take you all that time, but you will still be given the full time in order to do the test. Okay.
Quick question. You
Yeah.
said only the credit aspect is going to be on this exam and not collections.
Correct.
Okay.
Right? So wherever we stop tonight, hopefully that's the end of credit. If for some reason we don't get to the end of the credit discussion, wherever we stop tonight is what you will be responsible for. Let's say we have a topic left over for some strange reason. Then you will not be tested on that topic. I will carry it over into the collection discussion week after next. And then a few questions will show up when you do the final, which will be basically collections only. Okay?
Hi, I'm here.
All right, Joanna, there you are.
Yes, my computer is giving problems, sorry.
Problem. I'm happy you're here so I can make a note of that. Excellent. Welcome aboard. Did you hear any of that stuff I said about the test and all that stuff?
No, sir, I just got back on.
Okie. Okay, Joanna. Well, you know what? Since you were so pleasant, I am going to say it again. How's that?
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, there you go. What I was saying, somebody had asked what format the examination is going to take. I was saying basically definitions and short answer questions based on the material that we've covered. I might throw in 1 or 2 true and false, 1 or 2 multiple choice questions just for the record, but mostly definitions and short answer questions. The test will be for the full class time next Tuesday from 6 to 9. If you need it, you shouldn't need all that time. Once you're done, feel free to consider yourself done. For those persons who are in TCI, you will be doing examination virtually, which means that either myself or somebody from the Institute will bring you up on the screen. More than likely, somebody there will bring up, give you a connection on Zoom, and then you turn on your camera and you'll be under normal examination conditions. They will then send you the examination, which you will do while somebody invigilates during that period, whether it's me or somebody from the Institute. And then when you're done, you go ahead and email your examination to the Institute. So I'm hoping that everybody has Miguel and Ms. Dane's email address, one or the other, or both. If you should have Ms. Dane's, Letitia Dane's email address, because I think she's she's the principal. So once you're done with your examination, those of you on the TCI, you just go ahead and send your examination to her email address. And once you've done that, you confirm with the invigilator that that is done, and then you'll be free to go home and celebrate for a few minutes before you start reviewing the collections material. For those of you who are in Nassau, unfortunately, you will have to gather at the Institute. They will make room for you and provide you with all of the facilities that you need to do your test there. Okay. Questions?
For those in Grand Bahama,
Aha. For those in Grand Bahama, then you will suffer the same fate as those in TCI, virtual. So,
Okay.
yeah, Ms. Dean and company have to make sure that they have everybody in the right places so that there aren't any hiccups, because that's pretty much the administrative side of things. I'll try as much as I can to make sure that the process goes as smoothly as possible from my end, but they will be the ones who will set it up. And I will definitely, just in case, remind them, even though they should know, that our virtual people will be from the TCI and Grand Bahama, the great island of Grand Bahama. Okay. Grand Bahama, do you know a senior police officer by the name of Eric Seymour? Grand Bahama?
no.
No?
I don't know if Janika may know that person, but I don't.
Does her name ring a bell?
I don't know him personally, but I've heard the name.
You have heard the name?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, he's retired now. I think he was deputy commissioner of police or something there, correct?
Correct.
Oh, you're talking about Emmerich. I thought you just say Eric.
Sorry, Emmerich, yes.
Mhm.
You know Emmerich? Or at
I
least
know-
you guys
I
know
know
of.
who he is of him, but I don't know him personally.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I think he's from Grand Bahama as well. That's why I asked. All right,
I have a question.
yes.
For the persons that joined the class last week, and I was trying to look for the class the week before the 25th, but it wasn't uploaded. So do we just read the passage up until where we finish today?
Correct. From the
Okay.
beginning to wherever we finish today. That's what you'll be tested on next week.
Okay.
Yeah. And of course, if you have any questions along the way, feel free to drop me a note and raise those questions. Okay. Not a problem. All right. If you think of any questions along the way, feel free to raise them. I certainly have no problem with that. In the meantime, let us jump into the material for tonight. I think the next thing on our hit list was the discussion on credit application. Am I correct, everybody?
That's correct.
Credit application. Of course, no credit process can be completed without the credit application. For those of you who are currently lenders of any kind, whether you lend to beneficiaries of a trust or somebody for a Bahamas Mortgage Corporation mortgage loan or consumer loan for a vehicle or loan for a vacation to Timbuktu, whatever the case might be, no credit proposal can be effectively completed without the application. Okay? And of course, the application is done on the potential borrower and is used in order to get credit approval. That's really the whole idea. But there's some other things behind the application. Does anybody know why the credit application is so important? Anyone?
It's meant to detail out all of the findings from the due diligence and basically make a recommendation either way. So a committee is meant to look at it and be able to understand everything about the credit enough to be able to give a full answer approving or denying it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that application is supposed to be detailed enough that by the time the lender has taken all the relevant information, they have all of the relevant information that it will hopefully help them to make a decision one way or the other, whether the application should be approved or whether the application should be denied. Again, we already know by now that the approval and denial process is not black and white. It is not even scientific. Some lenders have made it scientific. If you score a certain amount of points, you're approved. If you're 1 point short, you're denied. That's pretty mechanical. I hope there aren't too many people doing that because lending is not that mechanical. Okay, that's the easy way out. There are too many other human elements and other issues involved in the lending process to bring it all down to just a number. And so that's another point we have to be careful with if we are lenders. Some persons have a policy, and if the policy says the debt service ratio is 45% and they get 44.99, they decline it. And then when you ask them why, they say, well, the policy says 45%, and you came up with 44.99. Something of that nature. Again, pretty mechanical stuff. Lenders are not expected to be that mechanical, okay? Because there are too many human elements in the lending process to just look at pure numbers. Numbers are okay. Numbers are great for setting standards, for setting policy. But again, at the end of the day, it's almost like if a guy wants to marry a girl who is 5 feet 6 inches, and then when she shows up, all things being equal, but she's only 5 feet 5 inches, and he's like, oh, if only you were 5 feet 6 inches, you'd be perfect, considering that everything else is quote unquote perfect. Okay, you don't want to be that kind of lender all of your life, unless of course the circumstances warrant it. Okay. Credit applications can be filled out manually in the office or electronically in the office these days. In the old days, we didn't have no such thing as an electronic credit application. Nowadays, you can go online, fill in your own application even, if necessary, or in conjunction with the credit officer, one way or the other, and have it submitted. They get back to you and tell you whether your loan has been approved or not, whatever information they need, and all this kind of stuff. So the credit application has evolved big time. Okay, and it has all kinds of built-in features for calculating numbers, automatically calculating debt service ratio, the whole 9 yards. I guess soon some credit applications will have an AI that tells you, start talking to you even. You spelled cat incorrectly, and then they won't let you go any further until you spell it correctly. Okay, so it has changed. So once the application is done, then it becomes part of the overall credit profile. And so now the lender can look at things like, who are you? Where do you live? How long have you been there? What kind of business you're in? How long have you been in business? Is your business successful? Who do you work for? How long did you work there? Do you have any assets? What are they? What are their values? Do you have any money in the bank? Really? How much? Are you married? Great. Any dependents? Okay, so any outstanding debts anywhere? So this application is pretty invasive, whether you're giving a business loan or personal loan, and it seeks to get deep into our affairs so that the lender can be satisfied that they're working with all of the information. In fact, some credit applications are so invasive that borrowers sometimes get a little upset depending on who they are. Like, why do you need all that information? And then, of course, the lender says, well, we need it. I said, why do you need it? Well, the policy says we need it. Well, I don't care. I don't think I need to give it all. Well, perhaps, sir, you should find another lender, because unless you give it to us so that we can make an informed decision, Mr. Borrower, then we are not going to consider your matter any further. Anybody in this room works for a credit union? Ever worked for a credit union?
Cross the credit union.
Who?
The law enforcement, law enforcement credit union.
Oh, yes, the law enforcement credit union. Indeed, indeed, indeed. I think a couple of months ago, I did a governance course with some of those executives who sit on the credit union board, if I'm not mistaken. So you're part of that group?
No, I'm not a part of the board, but I know that you did a few of those.
Yes.
You did those like the Jones or
Indeed. So yeah. So even if you're in a credit union these days, in the Bahamas anyway, credit unions are now considered financial institutions. Once upon a time, they were not considered financial institutions. They just looked after their members' affairs, did their loans privately. Nobody bothered them. But now they are in the limelight, and they are now on par with other financial institutions in the Bahamas. Okay? But credit unions have been giving loans to their members forever. Suffice it to say, with all this online stuff, people don't have to go into the branches much anymore. Amazing thing. Everything can be done online. You can even sign stuff online, with some exceptions here and there, depending on the nature and the amount involved. Fascinating transition from, say, even 20 years ago. All right. So what is the application process then? Well, first of all, somebody comes in and says, I need a loan. And then somebody comes on and says, well, I'm the lender, and I need to take an application. And basically you sit down at a desk or a computer these days, and you fill in the loan application. Pretty straightforward. The problem is the loan application is not necessarily as straightforward as it seems. The collecting of information itself generally is pretty straightforward, but the way we collect it, how completely we collect the information, depends a lot on the experience of the lender, because some borrowers are pretty experienced borrowers too. Some of them are sometimes a little sharper than the lender, depending on who the lender is, in terms of how they give information, how much information they give, and so on. So that's another aspect of the credit application process that has to be considered. Who's sitting in front of you? What is their background? Do they understand this process? Have they done this enough times to know that they can try to work around what you're attempting to do with that credit application? Okay? Very important stuff. Giving a loan to a friend is different from giving a loan to a stranger. Shouldn't be different, but sometimes it is. And so it's another area of the credit application process that we have to be at least aware of. Otherwise, it can test and affect the integrity of the application process. Be careful with that. Of course, lenders do not lend money free. There's an interest charge for borrowing money, and different institutions have different ways of charging interest. Some of them compounded, some of it is simple interest. Some of it use APRs, whatever method the lender uses, at the end of the day, they're looking to maximize their return and interest income. After all, that's why lenders are in business, to make money using other people's money, which belongs to the depositors. Okay? All right. Does anybody know what compound interest is? Anybody ever heard that expression, compound interest? No?
Yes, it's interest that can be compounded in a fixed period. So instead of earning interest over a full year, it's compounded perhaps monthly, and then each monthly the interest is added to the principal. So the next month you pay interest on the previous principal plus interest.
Absolutely. All right. So I hope you guys heard that. Basically, it's paying interest on principal and interest month over month, year over year, such that at the end of the day, the effective return is higher than simply earning simple interest at the end of each year. Okay. So, for example, if you put $10,000 in the bank for a year and it earns, well, they're not paying much interest anyway in the bank these days. But let's come up with something hypothetical. Let's say you earn $1,000, God forbid, on that. This is not a true story. No way. Not today. But let's say you earn $1,000 at the end of the year. Compounding, as he was trying to describe it so correctly, is simply at the end of the year, we take, instead of taking the $1,000 in interest and running off with it and going to my Fort Lauderdale again, what you do is you leave the $1,000 on with the 10,000, and so the next year that the money is there, it's going to be compounded not only on the 10,000 alone, but also the 10,000 plus the 1,000, which means every year you effectively earn a higher rate of interest than if you do not compound. Okay, so there's something to be gained by leaving the interest and having it compounded month over month or year over year, depending on your program. Okay, it's a nice little thing to know. All right. So it follows then that the more often the interest is compounded, the better the return will be in terms of what you get back at the end of the day. Okay? There's also the annual percentage yield or rate, which is the actual interest that you earn at the end of the year. And so again, these are all interest issues that are contemplated by the lender, because of course the lender is not in business to not make money. So when you come in as a borrower, they're going to, if they agree to a loan, it's going to be a loan that is satisfactory with the lender's pricing agenda, which is the interest to be earned on that particular loan. Remember, that interest has to include a certain risk factor as well, because there's always a risk that you will not repay the loan. And so in that interest rate that is given, no doubt there's a risk factor spread involved in that process. The truth be told, if a borrower does not pay eventually a loan for some reason, the lender has to then write it off against its own profits. Because certainly they can't say, well, we didn't get paid, so we're not going to put the depositors' money back in. Depositors don't want to hear that. Okay. So if somebody becomes delinquent and doesn't pay, then of course the lender will have to incur that loss themselves by writing it off against profits. And lenders don't like that either. Okay? That's why when you owe money and you don't pay, they run you down in hell if necessary. But sometimes people get away anyway. They leave town and go to Cape Town somewhere and get lost. South America, the jungle of Brazil, and then nobody can find them. So eventually you have to end up writing off the loan. All right. We already said credit application processes are faster and more accurate now, but let us not forget that the computer is only as smart as we are, and the old adage, garbage in, garbage out, is still true. So don't get too carried away. Make sure what you put in that computer is the right thing, the right interest rate, the right name, the right information. Because if you don't, the computer is going to reproduce exactly the garbage you put in. Okay. So be careful. All right. I also said earlier that because of technology, borrowers can even fill in their own applications online, all on their own, and then send it in. Click send. Credit card applications are done like this all the time, along with loan applications. Very sophisticated stuff these days. And so the process is becoming easier and easier and much more convenient for everyone. It appears one of these days, nobody would have to go into the branch or bank at all. Who would have thought? Okay. Okay. Any questions so far? Well, most credit applications have typically the same information. It varies depending on the nature and type and amounts of the loan. But hey, you're always asking a certain question like, who are you? Where do you live? Where do you come from? Do you have any assets? Do you have any money in the bank? Do you have
Sorry, I'm
any-
late.
Who said that?
Lachey Brown, sorry. My apologies.
Okay, let me just mark you as being here. The shade, okay.
My sister is next to me also, LaShawn Wilson.
Okay, I was just gonna ask you if you've seen the Sean.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you guys a credit and collections question. When you guys were growing up, did you like normally get along or not?
Surprisingly, we got along very well after this date.
Surprisingly, because siblings growing up are always scuffing over something. You guys pull
Yeah.
it.
Until I am so sad and she is married and she don't even live with me anymore. So
You guys twins?
no, we aren't twins, but we only 2 years apart.
Okay, but you grew up that way.
Yes, sir.
Right, and just remember she's married now. Stay out of her way.
Yeah. Yes.
I said, I know what you mean. She's gone.
Gone.
Tom Jones has run off with her, and as much as he might like his sister-in-law, he doesn't want to see you too often.
I ain't telling you.
a, little, a little bit of marital advice so you don't have any credit collection problem. So question then, is she on loan or is she gone permanently?
Say the question again.
Is she on loan or is she gone permanently?
If she's on loan,
I said she's married, is she on loan or is she gone permanently? That's a
she's
credit.
gone. Yeah, she
What?
went permanently.
Gone permanently, okay.
Mhm.
All right. Okay, well, yeah, sorry. That day is inevitable, doggone it. All right. So yeah, welcome guys. I was hoping you'd show up. You may have missed the stuff on the examination. Please make sure I give you the update before we're done, okay?
Okay, will do.
Now, notice folks on the very first page at the bottom at the paragraph, not the first page, the second page. On the bottom of that, in that paragraph, it says, a lending decision will be based on a hard credit inquiry, see? Which provides details on a borrower's credit score and history. I think we had a discussion about that before in connection with credit bureaus and past borrowing, okay? So even in the Bahamas now, soon we'll be having credit scores along with credit history reviews. And a lot of loans are going to run into trouble with this credit scoring in the Commonwealth for sure. Because we've not been accustomed to credit scoring. We've been accustomed to going to one bank, getting a loan for school fees, and then to another bank, getting a loan for vacation, and another bank getting a loan for furniture, then another bank like that. Now with this credit bureau coming on and credit scores, the more loans you have, the more they're gonna mark you down on credit scores. So now all of a sudden lending is not going to be that easy, borrowing is not gonna be that easy. And lenders, many of them said, yay, we're happy about this now. We can find out what our borrowers are doing. They cannot duck us anymore and get away with wild stories that they only have one loan and they swear. Okay. So again, credit is all invasive. It's all tied up in everybody's life, one way or the other. Even if you don't have a loan, but you're married to somebody who has a loan, then you're still tied up indirectly. Because guess what? If they run into trouble with that loan, then they're gonna say, I'm in trouble, I need you to pay for a couple of months, like that. So credit and by extension collections just keeps hanging around everybody. If it's not directly through them, or a company or a country, it's indirectly. And most countries have borrowed money. That's the other thing. So credit and collections, even on a countrywide level. In fact, some countries have debts that are so huge that we'll be paying those back for generations to come. That's how serious credit is. Because some countries have borrowed themselves right into hell for one reason or another. And so future generations will be taxed into hell in one form or another to repay these debts, just like individual mortgages and other types of loans. It's called countrywide loans, geographic loans. So this credit thing is everywhere in our lives, even if we're not the ones who got the money directly. All right, question, anyone? In the United States, there's something called Regulation Z. What is that? What is Regulation Z? Anyone?
Legislation that governs the reporting of credit details to borrowers.
Keep going.
This legislation was established as part of the Truth in Lending Act of 1968.
Please feel free to read the whole paragraph. It's a very interesting one.
Okay. It is enforced by the U.S. Federal Reserve Board and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Regulation Z helps to provide consistency across credit disclosures. This consistency is expected to protect borrowers from being misled by creditors, while also helping borrowers to better understand credit terms and more easily compare products across lenders.
Now, folks, that is interesting. It is expected to protect borrowers from being misled by creditors. How the hell can creditors mislead borrowers? How can that happen? Anyone? Make a guess. How can that happen? And why would creditors want to mislead borrowers anyway?
Because you have some unethical lenders that just don't look at the best interest of the client. They pretty much just want to make money off of them.
Absolutely. Thank
Yeah,
you.
they try to capitalize.
Absolutely. So it's just not borrowers that are running scams from time to time as borrowers, but we also have some creditors, lenders who have scams of their own. Absolutely. The little self-interest profit maximizing programs to just skin anybody dry who they can get over. Okay. And so Regulation Z was designed to try to minimize or eliminate that behavior by creditors. Sometimes creditors do not give borrowers the best terms for borrowers. What they do is they give borrowers the best term for creditors. Okay? And sometimes it causes borrowers to end up in delinquency. Oftentimes, some of them lose their assets that they put up for collateral because of the poor credit proposal that was presented to the borrower as being suitable and in their best interest, when in fact it was not at all. Okay, so Regulation Z is a very interesting regulation, and I suspect that one day in the future we'll have a Regulation B for the Bahamas with a similar thing, I suspect, on the way, because we like to pick up stuff like that. All right. So now we're into the credit investigation. And the credit investigation simply means you take that application and you go out to check out the information. Borrowers sometimes lie on the credit application, unfortunately, but they do. And so when your application is done, you have to check what they say. If they say they work at the Pentagon, then you have to check, call them, find out, send a letter, send an email, request a stamp letter from the Pentagon with Pentagon stamp, whatever, just to make sure that the information is correct. Because borrowers defraud lenders a lot with false information on the application. They have assets that they don't really have. They say they have assets that they don't really have, unless the borrower, the lender feels intuitively or by experience goes out and says, let me see this asset. They might discover it doesn't exist. If you just take the borrower's word for it, when the time comes, maybe in delinquency, to go and collect the asset, you find out then, a year, 2 or 3 or more later, that it doesn't exist. So if you're interested in anything in terms of existence and truth and information, you have to check it. That's what the investigation process is all about. Again, of course, all of this investigation is to try to determine if the client can pay back the loan. If the investigation says yes, then you prove it. If it says no, then you don't. If the application comes up with some misstatements, incorrect, and outright lies, even though the customer may qualify otherwise because they were fraudulent or deceitful, he might decide as a lender, this could be a potentially long problem in the long run, because they pretty much lied about too many things on his application. And even though the debt service ratio is great and they have a great job and great income, we are not prepared to take a risk with character. Because while they have other stuff, they have no character. They lie extensively during the application process. Okay? Wow. All right. So you're going out to obtain information, make specific checks, make sure that information is factual and accurate so that we can come up with an appropriate decision, we're told. And then when the application is completed and everything is in order, the customer signs the application and we move on to collect the rest of the relevant information, like salary documents and income documents and financial statements if it's a company, and bank statements if it's a company, and so on. All the relevant documentation that the lender needs to have on the credit file for present and future reference. Remember, when that borrower walks up the institution with your money, there's always the risk that they will not pay it back. And so the more information you have on the borrower, the greater your chances of recovery if something goes wrong. If you have a scanty application like address, and the address says Black Point Street. Okay, so where is that? Is that actually even in Nassau, or is that down in the TCI? See, where is Black Point Street? And how far through the corner is it? And what color is the house exactly? What is the house number? Does the house have any special markings? Is there a wall in front or not? Is there a dilly tree? Whatever the case might be, such that if the time comes and the loan becomes delinquent, it ends up in what? Collection, see? Now the collections officer has a problem if that credit application is incomplete in terms of a simple thing like address details. And that's a simple part of it. If we other important stuff missing from that application process, that does not become a problem until the loan becomes delinquent. And then all hell breaks loose. Nobody can find the customer. The address was incomplete. The address was never verified, so they never lived there in the first place. They made it up. So some people come in with a plan. They say to borrow money, but what they're really doing is defrauding the institution by giving them false information. And if you don't check it out, and you finally give them a check, and they run off into wherever they run off into, you might never find them again. Now, that doesn't happen every day. Institutions are far brighter than that, and far more efficient. But Some institutions are still gullible, still chasing numbers, still doing stuff that can cause them to be defrauded. Right? So if you're a lender, be careful. All borrowers are not honest. And if you're a borrower, be careful. All lenders are not honest. How about that? All right. If you are told on the application that there are some existing loans, wherever they might be, check them out. Get the information, verify the balances, verify that they exist. Find out if your customer is over borrowed. All of this stuff comes out of the credit application. That's why the credit application has to be so thorough and so complete so that you can do a thorough job in checking things out, for sure. Otherwise, dog eat your lunch. And many lenders have found that out for sure. If they have a bank account, they say, check it out. Confirm with the bank, call them, get a letter, do whatever you need to do. Check the account. If they say on the application that they have approximately $5,000 in the bank, don't take their word for it. Tell them bring a bank statement. If you say, can you bring a bank statement to verify? And they're like, why? I don't need to bring a bank statement. You don't believe me? I lie. You sound make you think I'm a liar. Whatever they say, you still have to say you need to see the statement because they might be lying, actually. And until you actually see the statement and verify that it is a Royal Bank statement, because they might bring a Royal Bank statement that they create online. Some persons are very keen if they're determined to get through or get over. Okay? Again, we don't see that every day, but fraud and unethical stuff happens all the time. You'd be surprised. If it's a business loan or commercial loan, you as the lender must be able to verify the source of income for that business. They should have some bank statements, they should have financial statements of some kind. The financial statements should appear realistic. If they have assets, depending on the amount you're lending that client, borrower, you need to go to the business itself and see those assets actually exist. So do you have any inventory on hand? He said, yeah. What's the value? 15,000. Don't take their word for it. Maybe you need to drive down there and see if there's any inventory. You might discover that the warehouse of a room is completely empty. There's nothing there. Okay. Believe it or not, some people have bought property and not knowing where it was, or never checked it out before the loan. They just got the information, took the loan out, bought the property, and when they found out and check it out for real, it's in swampland. It's under the water, in the middle of nowhere. Strange things have happened when the checking process is not done properly, whether it's by the lender or the borrower. Okay? Wow. If the borrower is a business again and they say they're trading, make sure they're in the business they say they're in. A lot of people like to come in for business loans. What business are you in? It's import, export. What do you mean? Well, I import some and export stuff. Well, that's not enough. You need to find out as a lender the details. And if they're reluctant to give you details, that should be a red flag. Find out about their suppliers. See, investigation. You cannot take things at face value in the credit business. Some people in credit do because they don't want to investigate. They don't want to investigate thoroughly. They are incompetent. They're lazy. They're whatever it is, whatever the reason. Or maybe somebody just paid them off not to investigate. How's that? Welcome to the world of credit collections. If you didn't think about it that way before, I hope I'm encouraging you to think about it out of the box. It's a lot more than handshakes and a car loan or a property loan. It's a whole lot more to it. Okay? All right, if the customer says they pay rent, you should check it. Call the landlord, take the rental receipts, make sure they're legitimate. Lots of bits and pieces you need to do if you are a lender. Okay. And then also under Regulation Z, we now know there are a lot of little bits and pieces you need to do if you're a borrower too. You just can't go in blindly. But a lot of borrowers are just plain ignorant. They don't know. They rely on the lender to act in good faith. And generally, lenders do that, but not all. And some lenders, when they realize that you're really ignorant about what's going on, some of them really do take you for a ride, just like in other areas of business. The more ignorant they think you are, the longer and painful the ride will be. It's unethical, of course. It violates Regulation Z, of course. But the desire for greater profits and more money is a strange motivator. And some lenders are no different. What about asking the lender if they have any judgments against them in the courts? Like the court has passed a judgment saying you owe somebody $57,000 from 1983, which has not yet been paid. And once a judgment is taken out in court, it stands until it's paid, one way or the other. Sometimes if you have assets, they'll go after your assets and sell them. The court will go after your assets and sell them, give the money to whoever you owe money to. If you don't have any assets, they'll start taking it out of your salary. If you don't work, then they start to look to see if you have any other assets. Or it just sits there and waits until you start doing something. How about that? And then when you start doing something, or if you win the lottery or some such thing, then they'll come after you and take everything they need to satisfy the debt. And so if you're a lender and there are any judgments, and even if the borrower says, I don't have any judgments, some lenders are keen enough, depending on the nature and amount of that loan, to go out there and check the courts to see if there are any judgments, to see if there are any cases pending. Because sometimes customers have cases pending and they don't say so. Okay. Sometimes some customers have criminal cases pending, yet they're in there to borrow money, and so on. And depending on what kind of, whether you're an astute lender or not, you will either be successful in your investigations or you will become a victim. How about that? All right. Any questions on that credit investigation process? Pretty interesting part of the lending process. In fact, some lenders consider it to be the most important part of the process. Perhaps second only to the taking of the credit application itself. Because a lot of people see the credit application process as just a routine procedure. If you are a lender, whether you've been lending for 1 year or 50 years, do not ever fall into the trap thinking that the credit application is just a routine procedure. Because remember, every borrower, potential borrower, is different. And whatever happened with the last one is not the same as going to be with the next one, no matter how similar it might be. So every time you pick up a credit application, it's like picking up a weapon of mass destruction. Were you destroying any idea that the borrower may have that they can get over you with anything? Okay, because a completed application is a very, very effective weapon. An incomplete application is a nightmare. Okay? It's a Kruger nightmare, we call it. But you don't always realize it until the stuff hits the fan. Then all of a sudden we start seeing the holes in the application process within an institution. Okay? Very interesting. All right, so let's take a look at a sample credit application just for the record. I'm sure you've looked at it. Many of you have seen some version of it. For those of you who may never have seen a credit application, this is pretty standard. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and if you notice, It has all the great stuff we talked about. Name of a relative not residing with you. Why would they want that? Why would the lender want that?
Wait, are we supposed to be looking at something?
Yeah, the credit application.
Where I don't see anything.
You don't say credit application?
Turn the page, Nico.
Oh, I thought we were supposed to be looking on the screen. My bad.
Oh, yeah, turn the page. Oh, you thought I was sharing it?
Yes.
Oh, no, not yet. Just turn the page. And if you go to the second page of the credit application, I think you'll see application information continued, name of a relative not residing with you. Why would the lender ask the borrower that information? Why is that there? Seems a little redundant, isn't it? Anyone? Why is that on the credit application?
Because those who are living with you probably would lie for you. If the
Oh.
lender call,
Yeah.
they won't give them the correct information because you live with them. And so therefore they're trying to protect you. So therefore they'll lie.
Yeah, they will lie, whether you believe it or not. Will they all lie? Not necessarily, but on average, once the word is out there trying to reach you, they tell them I'm not here. And then everybody starts lying. Tell little children even, 7, who don't even know they're alive. We tell them, they call here and ask for me, tell them I'm not here. And basically that's how we even teach children to lie, to trying to duck the collectors. All right. So yeah, that information is there in case people start lying or in case they disappear for some reason and you're trying to find them. So you can't reach them at their normal place of residence. You have another contact who hopefully might be able to give you some information as a lender as to what happened to that borrower. Okay. Very important piece of information. But you don't realize how important until an account becomes delinquent. And then suddenly the collections officer is pissed with whoever gave that loan because they left that section either blank or incomplete. Now the collector cannot find the borrower at their normal place of residence, and so they rush to that part of the application because they know there's another source of information, only to find it was never completed. There's nothing mechanical about the application process at all. And if you start acting mechanical like a bloody robot, you're not going to do great at taking a credit application. And there are all kinds of other problems connected there too, okay? For sure. All right. You notice right underneath, there's space for credit cards, as many as you have. Sometimes people have 3 credit cards, but they only put the details for 1. How about that? With the credit bureau coming, if they put details for 1, the bank will call the credit bureau and say, oh yeah, that person have 3 more. So, oh my God, decline. Okay. There's a column for mortgage details there. For contacting the mortgage company, details for auto loans, any other loans, debts, or obligations, they should be disclosed. You shouldn't hide anything. Like a doctor, you need to tell your lender everything that they need to know. Some people don't see the lender as a doctor, so you're only a lender. I'll only tell you what I think you should know. Sometimes even when people go to the doctor, they don't disclose everything. They're just kind of like, I'll just say enough and let's see if he finds out anything, which is not good either. Okay. Does the client have any other source of income? If yes, you should indicate the details right at the bottom of that application. All of these things are important to the loan decision. And then, of course, let's not forget, you have to sign and date it. An undated application is a nightmare, especially if it gets to court. Some lawyer can mess with that to hell. I wouldn't talk about an application that you forgot to get a signature on and the date. That's a big problem. But it happens, believe it or not. Okay? If somebody is co-signing with you jointly, then their signature and the date should be there as well. All right, anybody have any questions about that application? Of course, page 1 has a whole bunch of other personal information too. Your personal information as the borrower, your employment information, and contacts and details. Somebody's co-signing with you, their information, and contact and details and where they work. Because remember, if somebody signs on a loan application with you and you do not pay, does anybody know what happens? I'm the only one who knows?
They go after the co-op.
Yeah, they go after the co-op. That's you. And no matter how you try to say, I didn't get any of the money, like, I didn't get any of the money. I start getting hysterical. I didn't get any of the money. I just co-signed because they asked me, because that's my friend. That's my cousin, auntie, sister, child. I felt sorry for them. Doesn't matter what your reason is. When you sign, you better know what you're signing. Because if that principal borrower does not pay, I can assure you, the financial institution will come after you with a ton of bricks if necessary. Okay? They will sue you even as a co-applicant or joint signature because your signature is there. They don't care about the other details. All they want is the payment. And you co-sign, you sign jointly, so now you are liable. Okay? My. So the next time somebody comes to you and say, hey, will you co-sign with me so I can get a car loan or property loan? Well, you might want to do that. But of course, you should think twice about doing that. Okay? Unless you're certain, for some reason, that they are responsible and reliable enough that they will not dishonor their obligation. Okay? All right. So I think I've yapped enough so far, and I'm not going to spend the whole night yapping on my own. So let's see who's going to help me. Okay, last time I started at the bottom. Shandia, didn't you read the last time?
Yes, sir, I sure did.
I picked on this. Since you're the last one, you're going to read first. And then I came up. Okay. But I think I missed Joanna.
Yes, I didn't get a chance to read.
Exactly. Joanna, your surname is Sanford, yes?
Yes,
You familiar with that old TV show called Sanford and Son?
yes.
Okay, so you little older sound then, because that has been around a long time ago. Okay. So how come you're familiar with Sanford and Son, Joanna?
It's something my mommy used to like watch.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Completely. All right.
Mhm.
Okay, Joanna. So then your turn. Why don't you pick up with the credit evaluation as part of the application process?
Okay. Central to the function of the credit department is credit evaluation. Evaluating the credit worthiness of a potential credit customer is an efficient, repeatable, and accurate manner, helps to minimize credit risk exposure, protect margins, and maximize profits. The first step, and where much of the work is accomplished, is through a good credit application.
Huh?
The first step, sorry?
Keep going.
The first step is managing credit wisely. The first step in managing credit wisely is to make informed decisions about which parties should be qualified. Standardizing the credit process by having every potential credit customer, which may be every customer, fill out a credit application. Sorry, let me start over.
No, you're good so far. All we're saying is every potential the policy should be that every customer will fill an application. Keep going.
Standardizing the credit process by having every potential credit customer fill out a credit application helps to create a standardized risk mitigation procedure. The first step in managing credit wisely is to make informed decisions about which parties should qualify, how much credit they should be extended, and the terms thereof. Depending on the information in the credit application, the payment terms may be modified, or some customers may not qualify for credit at all. While it may hurt to turn down a sale if results of credit application don't meet your policy requirements, the actual cost of a non-paying client is much higher than the amount of the lost sale.
Okay, keep going.
As well as contacting the credit references listed in a potential customer's credit application, it can be a good idea to run a credit report. There have been several previous posts on the construction payment blog documenting important parts of credit applications. But at the least, credit reports provide a nice snapshot to help make credit decisions and should be a standard part of a proper credit application. Information to be included on the credit application may include contact information, credit information, credit report of the business should be pulled. To accomplish this, you will need an EIN for the business and an SSN from the owner.
Now, sorry, before you go on, Joanna, that EIN and SSN stuff, of course, that's US, but we have our equivalents here. For example, SSN is supposed to be Social Security number. Our version of Social Security number is what in the Bahamas, anyone?
NIB.
Yeah, the NIB number. Okay, by all means. Okay, keep going.
Landlord and/or mortgage holder references. If the business doesn't pay their rent or mortgage on time, you likely won't get paid on time either.
For sure, keep going.
Bank and/or trade references. Same thing applies here. A clearer picture of the customer's financial picture appears with every new piece of information. Payment terms. You may wish to outline your general payment terms in the credit application itself. Clearly, through any potential modification to the general payment terms would then need an additional signed document. You may wish to keep the two separate as well. Once a credit decision has been made, the terms can be set and agreed to in a separate document. Co-applicant personal guarantee. A personal guarantee or co-applicant added to the credit application gives you an added layer of security and potential collection tool. Nobody extends credit to a company that they think won't pay, but the personal guarantee of the business owner or contracting party can sometimes provide an extra push to receive payment. Note, however, that this is likely not an option, nor would you generally want to include it. When dealing with a larger potential credit customer, credit analysis is the method by which one calculates the creditworthiness of a business or organization. In other words, it is the evaluation of the ability of an individual or company to honor its financial obligations. Credit risk assessment helps lenders know whether a borrower can pay back a loan. The credit risk of a consumer is determined by the 5 C's: capacity to repay, associated collateral, credit history, capital, and the loan's conditions.
Okay, let's see what they are.
The 5 C's of credit. Financial institutions attempt to mitigate the risk of lending to borrowers by performing a credit analysis on individuals and businesses applying for a new credit account or loan. This process is based on a review of 5 key factors that predict the probability of a borrower defaulting on his debt, called the 5 C's of credit. They include capacity, capital, conditions, character, and collateral. There is no regularity standard that requires the use of the 5 C's of credit, but the majority of lenders review most of this information prior to allowing a borrower to take on debt. Lenders measure each of the 5 C's of credit differently, some qualitative versus quantitative. For example, as they do not always lend themselves easily to a numerical calculation. Although each financial institution employs its own variation of the process to determine creditworthiness, most lenders place the greatest amount of weight on borrowers' capacity. Capacity. Lenders must be sure that the borrower has the ability to repay the loan based on the proposed amount and terms. For business loan applications, the financial institution reviews the company's past cash flow statements to determine how much income is expected from operations. Individual borrowers provide detailed information about the income they earn, as well as the stability of their employment. Capacity is also determined by analyzing the number and amount of debt obligations the borrower currently has outstanding, compared to the amount of income or revenue expected each month. Most lenders have specific formulas they use to determine whether a borrower's capacity is acceptable. Mortgage companies, for example, use the debt-to-income ratio, which states a borrower's monthly debt as a percentage of his monthly income. A high debt-to-income ratio is perceived by lenders as high risk, and it may lead to a decline or altered terms of repayment that the costs more over the duration of loan or credit line. Continue.
Keep going. Absolutely. We're in the sea of C's now. Don't stop now.
1 second, let me plug in my computer, sorry.
Okay. Like I said, credit is all invasive. It gets into everything.
Capital. Lenders also analyze a borrower's capital level when determining creditworthiness. Capital for a business loan application consists of personal investment into the firm, retained earnings, and other assets controlled by the business owner. For personal loan applications, capital consists of savings or investment account balances. Lenders view capital as an additional means to repay the debt obligation should income or revenue be interrupted while the loan is still in repayment. Banks prefer a borrower with a lot of capital because that means the borrower has some skin in the game. If the borrower's own money is involved, it gives them a sense of ownership and provides an added incentive not to default on the loan. Banks measure capital quantitatively as a percentage of the total investment cost.
Now, before you go on, John, let me just say this about capital in case somebody is thinking it and I don't want to shout out. This capital, notice as we go throughout this discussion about credit, we're constantly making references to the business loan and the personal loan, typically because they're the two basic types of loans that we borrowers that we have out there, either commercial business loans or personal individual loans. Okay, and so we continue to give a perspective on each one as we move down the whole credit process, and now in the capital, the C's of credit. Now, oftentimes when you go to a lender as a borrower and you say, I would like to purchase a home or property or car, for example, the lender would say, great, down payment requirement is X. Whatever that down payment requirement works out to be, that is considered to be capital. In other words, the borrower is encouraged to invest a percentage amount of their own hard-earned money in the deal. And so that capital then, that capital investment in the loan is encouraged by lenders, because lenders generally believe that when people have to put in a few $1,000s of their hard-earned savings into any loan, that they tend to be a little more protective of that loan. They tend to be less casual. They tend to be far more willing to repay that debt, especially for those persons who take a long time to save like $5,000. Now, for some of us, we can probably earn $5,000 next week from something, perhaps. But for some people, it takes them a lifetime to save $5,000 for one reason or another. Some never even get to 5,000. If they save $5,000, they'll feel like a gazillionaire. So if it took you a long time, if you're such a person, it took you a long time to save that 5,000, and suddenly the bank says you have to invest $2,000 into the loan, you're like, oh my God, I have to take $2,000 of my account to put into this deal? And the answer would be yes. That is your capital down payment requirement. And the reason why we have to do this, Mrs. Smith, is because we feel that if you put some of your hard-earned money into this deal, you will be committed to repaying the bank. That's typically what the capital process is all about. And generally that works pretty well. Okay, keep going, Joanna.
Conditions. Conditions refer to the terms of the loan itself, as well as any economic conditions that might affect the borrower. Business lenders review conditions as the strength or weakness of the overall economy and the purpose of the loan. Financing for working capital, equipment, or expansion are common reasons listed on business loan applications. While this criterion tends to apply more to corporate applicants, individual borrowers are also analyzed for their need for taking on the debt. Common reasons include home renovations, debt consolidation, or financing major purchases. This factor is the most subjective of the 5 C's of credit and is evaluated mostly qualitatively. However, lenders also use certain quantitative measurements, such as the loan's interest rate, principal amount, and repayment length to assess conditions.
Now, folks, remember, if she's saying anything in her projections and her reading that it's a little hazy or you want clarification, interrupt her and me and say, wait a minute, what the hell do you mean by debt consolidation? Or working capital, for example, like it's working capital. Okay, so remember, you can jump in at any time if you are not clear. Okay, keep going.
Character. Character refers to a borrower's
Hey,
reputation.
hold on, quick question.
Way to go. Interrupt.
You can ask us anything about working capital or debt consolidation?
You can ask anything if you're not clear.
No, I'm asking if you were gonna ask us this on this midterm.
You know, the midterm?
Yeah, I will know, because I see the underline and then you just emphasize on that too.
Yeah, it's very possible. All right, remember, examiners are unpredictable. So your best weapon in preparing for an examination is pretty much to be as familiar as you can with the material. That's the key. So if you come across an expression like working capital, man, I may not ask it, but who knows? I may. The thing is, if you're not sure, you should find, whether it's through me, through Google, through raising it outright, that you try to find out what it is for two reasons. One, in case I ask. Two, in case it comes up in your normal day-to-day.
I can take note of this because I just have a feeling you just can throw this out to us, so I can just make sure, put a pen right there and make sure I have that down pat.
I would,
It cannot hurt. You never know. Because sometimes examiners like to throw weird stuff out that just to see if students even bother to bother. So I'm not reading any bloody conditions. I'll just read the first two C's. And then guess what happens? The last two C's come up. The very ones that you have not looked at. Happens all the time, which is why it's not good to do that. All right, keep going.
Character refers to a borrower's reputation or record, vice versa financial matters. The old adage that past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior is one that lenders devoutly subscribe to. Each has its own formula or approach for determining a borrower's character, honesty, and reliability. But this assessment typically includes both qualitative and quantitative methods. The more subjective ones include analyzing the debtor's educational background and employment history, calling personal or business references, and conducting a personal interview with the borrower. More objective methods include reviewing the applicant's credit history or score, which credit reporting agencies standardize to a common scale. Although each of these factors play a role in determining the borrower's character, lenders place more weight on the last two. If a borrower has not managed past debt repayment well, or has a previous bankruptcy, their character is deemed less acceptable than a borrower with a clean credit history.
My, it's almost like somebody who's been to prison versus somebody who's never been to prison. So if you have a bankruptcy in your history or some negativity in your credit history, once the borrower discovers that, I won't say that every single borrower will turn you down, because some borrowers think out of the box. However, on average, the application with such a background typically would be declined, unless perhaps maybe the lender borrower says, well, I can cash secure it if you give me the loan. Then the borrower starts to get skeptical again. Well, okay, fine, you have cash, but why are you cash securing it? And if you have a bankruptcy history or you just came out of prison, where'd you get the money from to cash secure it? And so what is the source of the funds for this? Cash security. Okay, so again, the lender has to always be thinking out of the box. Because if you don't, some borrower is going to come by and get your goat for sure. Okay. All right. Questions for the ladies in the room? For the ladies, not the guys. Ladies, if you meet a guy and you go out on 3 dates with him, and after the 3rd date, he says, I went to prison once. Would you go on a 4th date?
It would depend on the circumstances.
Okay. So in other words, Georgina, you would investigate the circumstances. Potentially.
Yes, I would.
Yeah, especially the first 3 dates appear to be reasonable. Like he didn't lose his mind on the first date or something. The 3 dates were cool until you found out that he was in prison. Yeah. So she's saying, you know what? He's in prison. I'll investigate it to see whether I should continue or not. Some lenders are like that. If you come up with some negative stuff in your history, they're not necessarily going to just shut it down because you have something negative. They will, a good lender will investigate to see what are the circumstances surrounding that situation, as would Georgina. Now, in her investigation, if she can't find anything heavy, like she might discover that he went to prison wrongfully. How's that? Somebody lied on him. See my point? And they had to release him when they discovered the DNA evidence that he did not rape that person. See? Then all of a sudden, like, wait a minute, a jailbird is not a jailbird, is not a jailbird, as we call it. There are always different circumstances. And the lender has to be sufficient and open-minded enough that if you come across something negative, that does not mean that you shouldn't do it. It means you should do what Georgina does or would do. Investigate. See, again. And then based on the results of your investigation, then you make a decision. Okay? If a guy comes in with a hoodie to get a loan, you can't say, well, he looks like a gangster from doggone Brooklyn's on the block somewhere. The answer is no, get out. I'm not even taking an application. You look spooky. Well, he might be spooky, but you cannot make your decision based on that. You have to sit down and tell him you'd like him to remove the hood so you can see you talking to and take the information. You might be surprised. The guy might be a filthy rich rapper who just came in to get credit, just in case. You never know. You have to investigate like Georgina. Find out first before you make a decision, or worse still, jump to the wrong conclusion. All right, Joanna, the final C.
Collateral. Personal assets pledged by a borrower as security for a loan are known as collateral. Business borrowers may use equipment or accounts receivable to secure a loan, while individual debtors often pledge savings, a vehicle, or home as collateral. Applications for a secured loan are looked upon more favorably than those for an unsecured loan, because the lender can collect the asset should the borrower stop making loan payments. Banks measure collateral quantitatively by its value as qualitatively by its perceived ease of liquidation.
Thank you very much, Joanna, for all that stuff, for introducing us to the 5 C's of credit. If you are currently a lender, these 5 C's are certainly some C's for you to consider if you've not been considering them before. I'm sure you have in one form or another, maybe not its entirety, but certainly if you are lending currently, look at these 5 C's and find out, am I looking at all of these? Am I looking at them appropriately? Am I covering all the ground that they're suggesting I cover as a lender? Okay? These are critical in the decision-making process. A lot of institutions are actually following the 5 C's, they just don't call them the 5 C's. Okay? But certainly, if you're introduced to them by name, this is a great time to actually take a look at them as a lender or future lender and see exactly what the requirements are. Okay? Important point about collateral. Collateral is taken by lenders as a backup in the event the customer does not pay for any reason. Okay? Good, bad, or ugly reason. The collateral is there to be seized and sold to pay off the debt. Okay? This expression or reference to collateral being quantitative and qualitative is just a very sophisticated credit expression for 2 things. When we say that collateral is quantitative, we're saying that it has good or bad value, okay, for whatever reason. If it's property, okay, properties tend to go up in value. If it's a car, great cars tend to go down in value. What is the age of the car? How old is it? How much miles does it have, and so on. Okay, that is what we call the quantitative part of the collateral. The qualitative part, which is the non-numerical side, we are told has to do with, notice the word, perceived ease. Now, question. What does liquidation mean, anyone? What do we mean by liquidation? Google it if you have to, I don't mind. It's an important word. Yeah, liquidation.
Selling assets to its liquid form, meaning cash. So
Yeah.
selling people's assets is, yeah, liquidation, like liquidating people's assets.
Yeah, selling off the assets for cash and then using that cash. If you have a debt and the bank is holding that collateral, they will liquidate that collateral, sell it, take the cash, pay off your debt. If any money is left over, they will give it to you, or they should give it to you. Now, Regulation Z, some lenders, when they liquidate or sell off your collateral, some of them try to sell it only for the balance of the loan, even though the collateral may be worth what? Anyone? Some lenders will only sell the collateral for the balance of the loan, even though the collateral may be worth more or less.
More.
More. If they do that, that is unethical and wrong. And if you discover that they do it, you may then take the matter to court if they refuse to fix it. Theoretically, if a lender has real estate that is worth $300,000 on the market, and their loan is $100,000, and they sell your real estate for $100,000 just to collect their balance, that could be challenged. Does everybody understand that? It's a good thing to understand because it might affect you personally as well if they come to seize your home where you live and sell it only for the balance, when in fact you know your home is worth much more. What they should do is seek to sell it for the market price or as close to it as possible. Pay off the debt, and whatever's left, return the difference to the borrower. That's really what lenders with collateral ought to be doing. Some markets are not always that hot. You don't get the best price for it. But typically, if it's real estate, depending on what your loan balance is, oftentimes, if you sell it for the best price in the market, there's some money left over. And the lender has a responsibility, an ethical responsibility, a downright moral responsibility, and in some countries, maybe even a legal responsibility to make sure that they sell for the best possible market price. And when the loan is paid off, if any money is left, they give it to the borrower. Remember, the reverse is also true. If collateral is seized by a lender and liquidated, and upon liquidation, the money is not enough to cover the debt, then the borrower is still liable for the remainder of the debt. God forbid. But that indeed happens as well, unfortunately. Okay. All right. Any questions before we go on? I told you credit collections is a very pervasive area, whether you're aware of it or not. If you do work in credit and you work in perhaps a restrictive area of credit, like just mortgage loans only, you can get kind of caught up. That's credit as I know it only. But just be assured that credit extends way out away from the particular area that you might be in. Whether it's the mortgage that you're in, consumer loans that you're in, commercial loans only that you're in, it extends way beyond just the individual specific lending area that a particular lender might be in, for sure. Let's not forget the trade crediting that goes on from one business to the next, from one small, medium, and multi-billion-dollar business to the next. That's credit as well. Okay? And some amazing things go on in that world And most of us who are in the traditional form of credit that we're discussing, we're not even aware of trade credits and all the things that go along with it, okay? Which, of course, you'll see in a very different light for those of you who come on board for part two. Because part two talks a lot about not only extending the current kind of credit regime that we've been discussing, but also that very unique area of credit called trade credit, among other interesting things. Because once you get into trade credit, we get into all kinds of uncollateralized loans, negotiated processes, financial statement assessments, and all kinds of little interesting things that makes credit even more dynamic than those of us who are not in credit can even imagine. Okay? All right. Some people believe that the credit process is simply this. Man, all you do is lend money and collect it. That's their abridged version. And of course, anybody who thinks that clearly is either ignorant of the whole process or they have a gripe with somebody, right? But because it's certainly not just that. All right. So now we drop down. Now that we are familiar with the 5 C's of credit and what they represent, we can then use our knowledge of those C's in terms of the credit analysis process and what we call the evaluation of the loan itself. All of this, again, is designed for what? To help us make a decision. Who would have thought that all of this stuff is potentially required in one form or another, given the type of loans we give, given the amount of loan we're giving, and all that kind of stuff involves all this crazy stuff. But it does. Okay? Now, if you're just giving a couple of car loans every year, loans to members of the credit union, credit unions give loans for mortgages and all that kind of stuff. So they're in the big leagues now. But if you're just doing small loans in your area, then these things wouldn't bother you too much. But once you start getting into substantial loans and loans that have certain unique features, like commercial loans and trade loans and all this kind of stuff, then all of a sudden, all of this stuff becomes relevant. And therefore, you find yourself delving into areas that you never thought existed. All right. Now, we are told that the credit analysis process is really like any other analysis. When we're analyzing something, we're breaking it down to see if we can find out what its components are, what's going on. In the case of credit, when we talk about making a credit analysis, basically there's a one-way street for that. The reason is to find out whether or not the borrower can pay their debts, given their current and existing circumstances, okay? And so that's what the analysis process is going to do. So again, going on a date. When you go on a date, you don't just have wine, eat until you can't stand up, until you're full, and then say thank you and good night. No, during the date, there's an evaluation process going on. He's thinking, who is she really? And she's thinking, who is he really? And he's thinking, well, is she this? And she's thinking, is he a liar or not? And he's thinking, is she that? And she's thinking, does he have a job or not? And he's thinking, where do you get all that kind of stuff? So what you're doing, you're actually analyzing your future spouse, so to speak, or some such thing. In credit, we do the same thing. Okay? And this analysis is to check with our borrower to make sure that they are who they say they are. And if they're lying, we can verify that they're lying and happily turn down the loan and tell them why. John, we're turning it down because you lied 7 times. And then you outline the 7 times. You don't work there. You don't live there. You don't have that money in the account. You don't own those assets. You have loans everywhere and you're not married as you said you are. The door is over there. Okay? But then that comes through the analysis process. Okay? Looking in and seeing what's going on. All right, Renee, did you read last time? Renee,
Yes, sir.
did you read last time?
As in last week? No.
That's cute. She said, What do you think? Now, notice when I said, Renee, did you read last time? She started analyzing and she's like, as in last. And I'm like, and then she, so she's going to start reading her credit analysis, but she opened it up by analyzing my question. She's like, I mean, in connection with last week or the entire semester so far. Way to go, Renee, for opening up the issue of analysis. All right, can you begin with credit analysis? That's cute. Credit analysis is the process.
When a corporation is in need of capital, they
Wait a
can
minute.
ask.
Renee, where are we?
You said credit analysis belongs? No? Wrong page? Sorry.
Yeah, we're under the importance of credit analysis and the loan evaluation.
That's what you're supposed to tell her, but you confused her when you did that just now.
Yeah, that's
Milky,
so
you gotta make it plain. You can't tell her, you can't tell her credit analysis because that on the next page, you gotta tell her
That's what he
importance
said.
of credit analysis.
yeah, I thought that she was so wrapped up with all that stuff that Joanna was running on with. Okay. Yeah, but Renee was hanging on the other page doing some other assessments. Okay,
Yeah.
Renee, let's go. That's funny.
The importance of credit analysis in the loan evaluation process.
Okay.
Credit analysis is the process of determining the ability of a company or a person to repay their debt obligation. In other words, it is a process that determines a potential borrower's credit risk or default risk. It incorporates both qualitative and quantitative factors. Credit analysis is used for companies that issues bonds and stocks, as well as for individuals who take out loans. Credit analysis is the process that determines the ability of a company or an individual to fulfill their financial obligations. The process contains both qualitative and quantitative factors such as amount owed, character, and capacity to make payments. Credit analysis is used to determine whether a company or individual qualifies for a loan or mortgage. It is also used to determine the quality of a bond. Credit analysis is important for banks, investors, and investment funds. As a corporation tries to expand, they look for ways to raise capital. This is achieved by issuing bonds, stocks, or taking out loans. When investing or lending money, deciding whether the investment will pay off often depends on the credit of the company. For example, in the case of bankruptcy, lenders need to assess whether they will pay back. Similarly, bond holders will lend a company money are also assessing the chances they will get their loan back. Lastly, stockholders who have the lowest claim priority assess the capital structure of the company to determine the chances of being paid. Of course, credit analysis is also used on individuals looking to take out a loan or mortgages.
Renee, take a pen, Renee. Let me just say something about those last two paragraphs that you read with some stuff that some persons may not have perhaps been aware of or been introduced to. For example, the issue of issuing bonds and stocks and taking out loans. These are all different ways of raising money by companies, okay? In case you may not have heard it before. When a bond is issued, does anybody know how bonds work in the class? Like maybe from a previous accounting class or business class, perhaps? Anyone? Okay, well, in a nutshell, a bond is really an instrument of credit. How does it work? When companies, particularly companies seeking to raise millions and billions of dollars, it doesn't have to be that much. It can be a couple $100,000 or a couple million. When companies seek to raise money, they will go to the public. Who's the public? Individuals, companies, pension funds, church funds, whoever has money to invest. They will go to the public and say, we are looking to raise $50 million for X reason. And we are going to issue our bonds to you, and we'd like you to buy them. When you buy our bonds, here's what we will do for you. Every 6 months, we will pay you interest of 3, 5, 7, whatever the percentage rate on the face value of those bonds. And then, if it's a 5-year bond, after 5 years, we'll give you the principal back. Does everybody get that? Nobody
Yes.
got that? Yep. All right. So that's how bonds work. So when companies issue bonds, they're actually borrowing money from the public. So if you see a bond issue in the Bahamas by the Bahamas government or some private company, for example, they are looking to raise money by using your money. What are you going to get back? Instead of putting your money in a Royal Bank or another bank who's paying interest of 0.00 something these days, you buy X amount of bonds. And every 6 months, they pay you interest of whatever it is. And at the maturity of the bond, 3, 5, 7, 10 years, whatever it is, if you can wait that long, then you get your principal back. Okay? So this is what we mean by the lending process using bonds. Okay? On the other hand, when stocks are being sold, they're not loans. Stocks are sold so that companies can raise money, but instead of being a creditor, when you purchase stocks, you're actually becoming a part owner of that company. Okay? So that's just to kind of clarify a little bit for you. So for those of you who may not have been familiar with the stocks and bonds market expressions. Okay? And the other point I want to make is if you think you're just a lender and therefore those expressions are not relevant to you, you now know that depending on the nature of the loans that you may be involved in here or anywhere in the world, see, that's the other thing, anywhere in the world. For example, many, many years ago, I was a lender. Man, I had an afro then even. It's a long time ago. I was a lender at Bank of Nova Scotia. What kind of loans did I do? I did consumer loans. I did commercial or business loans. I did a ton of mortgage loans, okay? Which means that all those loans that I processed, hundreds and hundreds of them over X amount of years, and all these techniques that we're talking about many of them were actually used and practiced in the process of granting those loans, okay? But because of the principles of lending, which is kind of what you're learning, just like the principles of accounting or the principles of economics or whatever the case might be, once you learn the principles, then, for example, if I go to Beijing and learn a little Mandarin, I can go and work in any bank in Beijing. It's credit department. Why? Because it doesn't matter that it's China. The principles of lending are the same. Same with accounting. That's why we call accountants chartered accountants. Because if you take a charter flight, you can go anywhere you want. So if you're a chartered accountant, then you can work anywhere in the world. That's what the whole chartered thing means. So theoretically, when you learn and practice and become experienced in lending, then you can be a what? Chartered lender. How's that? That's how sophisticated the lending and credit process is. It's just that in most of the world, it's done so quietly by bankers tucked away somewhere that we don't make a big deal about it. While we're not making a big deal, bankers are busy making all kinds of deals through the lending process. Okay? All right. Just wanted you to know that this is just not just granting loans. This credit thing is huge once you start understanding how far the tentacles go and how much it digs into the world of business and many other disciplines. Okay? Very interesting. All right, keep going, Renee. Where the heck am I now?
Sorry, I'm right here. Credit analysis is used by creditors to determine a corporation's ability to pay back loans. Creditors determine an individual's ability to pay back loan or mortgage. Investors to determine a corporation's financial stability. Credit analysis for loans. When a corporation is in need of capital, they can ask banks for a loan. Banks or creditors can be secured or unsecured. As briefly mentioned before, there's an order of priority for claims during bankruptcy. Secured lenders have the first claim on asset used as collateral. They are followed by unsecured creditors. Of course, creditors would like to avoid a bankruptcy scenario, which is why they utilize a credit analysis process to determine a corporation's ability to pay back the loan. Loans can also be given to individuals, and individuals also go through a credit check. For corporate loans, the 5 C's of credit are often used to determine credit quality, character, capacity, capital, conditions, collateral.
Sorry to interrupt you again, Renee, but I have to say this, 2 things. One, we refer to the 5 C's as being specific to corporate loans, but that does not mean that much of the 5 C principles cannot be applied to non-corporate loans as well. Okay. The second thing that is of importance here, we have battered these 5 C's of credit considerably tonight. So it's very possible that these 5 C's will show up next week in one form or another. Perhaps that's a hint. I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that out. Okay, keep going.
Mr. Wilkinson, I know them 5 C's could definitely be on there before you even say that, because you was adamant about us getting to this point. So I know that could be there, and I could be there on more ways than one.
Would you put money on it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, darn it. I like that confidence. Way to go. Way to go. Way to go. Let it rip, Renee. Keep going.
For individual loans, credit scores are used, which include payment history, amount owed, length of credit history, credit mix, new credit. Bonds. Bondholders look at corporations' bond rating to determine the default risk. Popular rating systems that performs credit analysis include Moody's and S&P. Bonds that are ranking high are investment grade and have low default risk. Those that are not non-investment grade are called high yield or junk bonds. They are dependent on favorable business, financials, and economic conditions to meet financial commitments. A company that already has high levels of debt will have a lower bond rating, as they are considered to have a higher level of risk. Bondholders are usually behind creditors for claim priorities. So in the case of bankruptcy, they have less claim on a company's asset. That's another reason why high levels of existing debts are at risk. Equity. Equity investors buy stocks in a company and benefit from a rise in stock price and from dividends. The credit of a company affects investors in 2 ways. 1, the value of the stock. 2, the claim on assets. Firstly, the value of stock depends on the growth and stability of a company. Balancing growth and stability is important, and debt plays a role. That can drive investments and growth, but too much debt will decrease the stability of a company. If a company has too much debt, then the stock value will decrease due to lower perceived stability. Higher debt can signify that there is a higher risk that the company will not be able to satisfy the financial commitment, and that the stock price will drop. On the other hand, if a company has no debt at all, then investors will wonder if the company has the ability to expand and grow. If not, then stock prices will not appreciate. Credit analysis helps determine both the growth potential and stability of a company. The second concern for equity holders about credit quality is the claim on assets. Equity holders have the least claim on assets of the company in the case of bankruptcy. If the company goes bankrupt, stockholders would get their claim only if secured and unsecured creditors did not already take all the remaining assets. This is why the level of existing debt is important for equity holders as well.
All right, thank you very much, Renee. For that, I know I threw you in that part of the Titanic that was actually going under with all that crazy stuff about bonds, equities, and credit analysis, and how bondholders are in fact creditors and so on. But that's okay. That's all part of the process. And when you've gone back over it and considered all the things you've said, you say, oh, okay, great. The other thing about it is whether you confront some of these things in your normal day-to-day lending practices, no doubt you will confront some of these things in your borrowing practices, because remember, you may not be a lender, but you certainly will be, if you're not already, a borrower in one form or another. All right, so these things are going to follow you whether you like it or not in your professional life and or your personal life. Okay, my kids are all grown up now and they're trying to learn about credit practices and how to maneuver and all this stuff. So they're calling me all the time, Dad, do you think it's a good idea? Weren't you a banker once? So they think I'm God still. I have all the answers they think. Lucky for them, they ask me stuff I know something about. And so, yeah, I made some money as a banker doing it. Yes, I've been lecturing in this thing for a million years and I've had the pleasure of passing some of this crazy stuff on to other professionals and students. And then I also now have the pleasure of passing it on to my children as they seek to embark upon their adult and professional lives. So what is the point of making this information? Yeah, you're going to be tested on it to get through the course. But if you're diligent, some of this stuff will be useful for you indefinitely in more ways than you can imagine if you have even the least amount of creativity. Trust me on that one. All right. And so I think what I will do tonight, instead of trying to finish the last part of the credit discussion on the processing of loans, I think I'm going to leave that for after the test so we can have the last part of our credit taste along with collections, and I might balance things off a little bit anyway. Also, it'll give you guys an opportunity to go now and digest all of that crazy stuff from the beginning of the semester and to where we stop tonight. Any questions whatsoever? Okay.
In regards to the final exam, will it be the same or be more essay questions?
Well, the final exam will be similar to the midterm. And typically what you're referring to as an essay question may be a shorter kind of question in terms of what I call a short answer question. So if I ask an essay question, it's going to be a kind of general question that will, for example, I might say something like this. The lending process incorporates what we refer to as the 5 C's of credit. Discuss. That would be an essay question. See my point? And at minimum, I would expect for you to know, to indicate what the 5 C's of credit are, but not stop there, and then give some description, discussion about each C. That would be the extent of a essay type question. Okay? But the majority of your questions will not be as extended as that. If you get 1 or 2 essay type questions, it will be to that extent. Other than that, there will be short paragraphs, like a paragraph or 2 short answer questions. Okay. What's involved in the credit analysis process? See, that would be a short answer question, not an essay question. And so you just say blah, blah, and blah. All right. Anybody, any other questions, concerns? All right. If you get stuck during your review, on anything, you want anything clarified before next Tuesday that you think you might be feeling a little stuck on for any reason, you know how to find me. Please send me an email or a text. I'm always checking that stuff, and I would be happy to respond. Better that you get it sorted out before next week, because the very thing you don't check on might be the very thing that shows up that can cost you a couple of valuable points. And you certainly don't want that. All right, so if there aren't any other pressing issues at the moment.
Mr. Wilkinson,
Yes.
I have a question. So the exam will be held at the Bahamas Institute of Bankers?
Oh yeah, update for those who came in afterwards. Those persons who are, how many persons are in Grand Bahama?
Me.
One, only one?
Me too. Me and Tanika.
Two Grand Bahamians. Okay. The persons who are in Grand Bahama and Turks and Caicos, they will be doing the examination virtually. And the persons who are in New Providence will have to show up to the Institute on Shirley Street, opposite the hospital. The conditions will be set for you for examination, not to worry. They'll have everything in place, space, doggone stuff to rub your hands, whatever you need to do, so you'll be secure in there while you write your examination. Okay. Hopefully nobody in there will become so overwhelmed that we have to take you across the street to the. Anybody can finish that question, that sentence? No?
Say that again?
PMH?
You got, yeah, you finally got, I said, hopefully nobody, when you go down to the institute to do your test, that you will not become so overwhelmed that you'll have to be taken across the street. And somebody finally figured it out. Oh, PMH is across the street. All right.
Well, hopefully, Mr. Wilkinson, this test don't cost any of us to take in with the nervousness.
No.
Because this is about 50 pages that we have to go through, and you can't just peruse these pages. You have to know what's on the pages.
I agree.
So hopefully when you go to write this examination, I'm going to pray that the Lord touches your heart and that, you just give us the bare minimum and you don't try to overwhelm us. Because like we say, we come from work from 9 to 5 dealing with banking and everything and now to do an exam. So, just take into consideration those factors.
Enrique, Enrique, where do you say you work again?
Pardon me?
Where do you work again?
The Bahamas Mortgage Corporation.
I think you're in the wrong profession. You need to go and make some real money. Because you are definitely a comedian. That is funny. All right.
Listen, this ain't comedy hour. This real talk, Mr. Wilkinson.
You mean
some of us, we may have heart palpitation. We can't afford for that kind of stuff. I'm sure as a lecturer, you would want each of us to pass this course with flying colors. See, when we look good, you look good too. So whatever we do is a reflection on you.
You can do a couple of jobs in your lifetime.
So I'm sure, Mr. Wilkinson, when you write this paper, you could take into consideration these key factors that I just talked about.
Those factors are duly noted, Enrique. I should certainly take them into account.
Thank you.
In the meantime, do not fail to prepare to your maximum so that you can be ready.
I can do my part, but I need you to do your part too. Just a twofold.
I will certainly consider all the points that you made. That's funny. All right. So
hold on, wait. So we stopped at loan processing, step-by-step procedures, right?
Did we stop there?
I think so.
Where you get that from?
Yeah, where did you get that from, Tanika?
No, we didn't. We went over that. So that's where we stopped, right?
Loan processing?
Yeah.
Well, what was the last thing that Renee read about that we discussed? Renee?
We stopped under credit analysis for loans.
Yeah, that's where we stopped.
Are you guys sure? We have to make sure.
Oh, okay. So, okay. So bonds and on would be.
She didn't know the bonds and all of that.
She did read the bonds and equity information.
Oh, okay.
And that's where she stopped.
Okay.
And that's where we stopped. Remember, after that is the loan process step by step I said I'll keep that and we'll talk about that after the test along with the collection activity. Okay?
Okay.
So the
So
last
I
thing
must
we
look
read,
at credit extensions and investigation and all that. Because I don't want no surprises.
there'll be no surprises. Renee stopped at equity, and that's where you'll be tested up to.
Mr. Wilkinson, if I see this on there, I catching a flight for you.
That would be a big problem.
Mr.
Okay.
Wilson, how much
Point is
percent
well taken.
of the term is counted?
Sorry?
What is the percentage of
Question.
40%.
40%? Okay.
Yeah, the midterm is 40%.
So the research paper would be 10%?
Yes.
Correct.
Speaking about research paper, I hope you guys have gotten started.
I have no idea where to start.
Yes, you do. We're almost done with the credit side of the class. So the credit side of the research paper, you can certainly begin there. And then, of course, with regards to the collection side that you may want to discuss, you can't wait until the last class to do it, but you do have the notes that you can review during, well, you may not want to do it this week as you'll be studying, but depending on your time and schedule, you can look at the concepts on the collection side and see how you will build that into your research paper as well. Again, if you get stuck on how to attack your paper, just send me an email and say, I'm stuck and I consider this and that, and I'll say yes, no, or maybe. Okay? But don't be stuck, just start writing. Start doing the
Question.
research. Mhm.
So this is, remember you told me to remind you to say, I mean, at least talk about what y'all discussed earlier before I reach. That's it? Based on like, we have them for the exam?
Oh, you didn't hear that part?
No, I came in late.
Okay. Wonder how much you missed. Let me back up a little bit.
But I get the part that we gonna be tested from the beginning to equity.
Right. Were you here when we said that the exam will be mostly definitions and short answer questions?
I heard you said it from a class prior.
Yeah, I did say that before. And somebody raised a question not too long ago about whether there'd be an essay question. And I said possibly, if there is an essay question, it'll take the form of something to do with the 5 student credit or some such thing.
Okay.
And so that would be the basic format: definitions, short answers, and a possible essay question.
Okay, cool.
All right. So
All right.
once you guys can just continue to familiarize yourself with all the stuff we discussed, know what the expressions mean, know what things like liquidation mean, credit risk, all the good stuff, credit, that you should know anyway. It'll be hard to go wrong once you do that. Where you have material about listing 2, 3, and 4 points about a particular credit issue, just make sure you can list them. It doesn't have to be verbatim, like word by word, exactly as it is in the text. If it is, fine. But if it's close and the meaning is clear, that's fine. Okay? Just don't start out that credit risk is the possibility that somebody may not vote Republican. Then that means start off right and end wrong. All right? But it doesn't have to be exactly word by word in meaning from your text, but it does. If you do not give it verbatim, it has to convey the correct thought. Okay? Any other questions?
So like how the class for the 25th isn't on YouTube, I can listen to another class of a different time?
Which class is that?
I think on YouTube there are classes that were in October and November for collections and for credit and collections 1. Because I missed the first 2 classes. So, and the second class isn't on YouTube yet.
Oh. Have you spoken with Miguel?
I emailed her. She told me that it was uploaded, so I just left it alone.
She said it was uploaded. Did you check since she said that?
Yes, it's not there
It's not there.
for the 25th.
Suggestion, just like somebody who works in delinquency, credit collection, you have to be persistent. Call back in the morning and find out, tell them you checked, it's not there. And you have a test coming up next week. Try that method. Okay?
Okay.
Now,
So let
notice,
me ask you, Mr. Wilkinson, these recorded sessions, we're able to retrieve them?
when you say retrieve them, you mean like take them and run off with them somewhere, or just view them?
No, I mean, like, if it's in the archive where we can go back to it and listen to it again, no?
They're, as far as I'm aware, they're all on YouTube under BIFs. So if you want to find out where they are, just contact Miguel or Ms. Dean, and they'll be able to tell you where to find them. If you
Okay,
want.
we'll do so.
Absolutely. All right. With regards to the 25th call, notice I just took a collector's approach. I didn't say call tomorrow. See, tomorrow is the whole day, too broad. All right. Do the thing that collectors do. Notice what I said. Call when? In the morning. First thing, wake them up. And if you don't get, and if they said,
Before they yawn, good call them.
absolutely. So that by 10 o'clock, you're checking to see if it's there. And if you check and it's not there, don't say those bloody, the devil with it, I'm not, call them back. See? That's, I told you credit gets into everything, even getting the bloody thing on YouTube. Call them back. And until they put it up.
Question, Mr. Wilkinson.
Yes.
We're face to face next week then?
Sorry?
Are we face to face next week?
For the test?
Yes, sir.
Yes. If you're in New Providence, yeah, if you're in New Providence, it's face to face. You have to go down to the institute and they will welcome you, have you do the hand thing, the distancing thing, the whole thing, so you'll be comfortable in your location. All right? No need to worry about that aspect of it. All right, if you think of anything else that you may want to raise along the way during the week, please feel free. You know how to reach me. I'll be happy to respond. If you're trying to get information from the Institute, like the 25th thing, call, be persistent. Call in the morning, call 30 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes after that in the morning until they do it. All right, that's how we collect delinquent payments, and that's how you get folks to do stuff, so to speak. Anything else, you can feel free. If it's taking longer than you think and you think I can help somehow, let me know. I'll see what I can do. Research papers, I know you'll be preparing for examination, but please do try and do some research work, print off some stuff from Google, research stuff, whatever that can, and try to get started. Even if you only spend 30 minutes a day until your examination is over and then you go gung-ho to finish. Something of that nature. All right, but try not to leave this whole thing until the night before and then get caught in some cut and paste routine that drives everybody crazy, including your lecturer. All right. Okay, guys, have a safe week. Remember, COVID is still around and people are still dying from COVID and contracting it and getting very sick. Do not take anything for granted. Please be safe, and I shall see you guys next week, Tuesday, in time and preparation for your midterm exam. Have a great week, and please be safe.
Good evening.
Good evening. Take care. Take
Good
care.
evening from Tucson.